Thanks, Greg. This is Darren. This is the Geek Cave podcast, 24-hour marathon for Extra Life. Greg did a fantastic job playing Super Hot and helping us get through that hour. Want to remind you, we are raising money for Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Every dollar you donate helps sick kids. I got Jordan and Anna here. They're going to take over for an hour. Jordan, how old are you?
7.
Jordan is 7. Anna, how old are you?
6.
And Anna is 6. And they are going to take us through some Mario Kart action. So I will give the controller over to Jordy in just a second. And get you guys ready to go. Anna, there's yours. Jordy, there's yours. All right, guys, I leave you in Jordan and Anna's hands. Have fun.
Mario Kart 8! Okie dokie. Okie dokie. RPG.
All right, everybody. It looks like it's almost time for Jordan and Anna's shift to be over. Everyone, come on. Let's give them They did a fantastic job. Brought in some extra donations. We are now at $2,100. And we are getting ready for the next phase of the Geek Cave marathon for Children's Miracle Network. And that means we're getting ready for Geek Cave Live. Just ask you to stand by. This is Jordy's. And
I thought they were playing on yours. So.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we've got just a few minutes.
Yeah, Chad, just kill some time while we get set up here. Tell us a little bit about some of the prizes that we're giving away. Do you remember the list? Damn it, I just threw it at you, didn't I?
You just throw these things at me like I have them memorized. So we got 3/4 ounces of lemon juice, 3/4 ounces of... Wait, that's a recipe for a Tom Collins. That is not going to help us in the least. Well, it might help some of you out there, but...
Well, we're giving away a Sega Genesis Mini as the grand prize. That'll be tomorrow.
That's our grand prize.
Yeah, that'll be tomorrow.
And for that, you'll have to stick around till like noon Eastern. But we got some T-shirts from Shirtosaurus, which has been with us practically since the beginning.
Yeah.
Shirtosaurus has been sponsor for us since we've had sponsors.
They've been very good to us.
We're giving away a limited run physical copy of Dust and Elysian Tale for the Nintendo Switch. Most of those were digital, so getting an actual physical copy is kind of an amazing thing. Of course, we've got some Geek Cave Podcast T-shirts that we're giving away, maybe even a couple of mugs, and some gift cards from GameStop and some Comixology. And then, Darren already told you already that we're giving away as our grand prize a Sega Genesis Mini. Now, it is a little late for it, just because we're now into our... What hour are we in? It's
we started
8, so we're at hour 9.
Yeah.
But there is still time. If you donate that $5,000, we will do everything we can to find that game for Darren to have to play. That game of your choice.
Move the keyboard down.
That Darren will have to play so long as we can find it. It's right there. And for a measly $5,000, you can make him play McKids again.
Oh God!
No. He can play Yo Noid. I'm sure we've got access to it.
Please don't.
Somewhere. If you really want to go after him, I've still got a copy of TMNT for the Nintendo Wii.
No!
I never got rid of it. Because I am a terrible friend. But on the bright side, I am a friend. So. So we've got those as well, getting ourselves set up microphone-wise now, because we're not going to leave the microphone we're on. We're not leaving the stream that we're on, but also, for those of you who listen to our regular monthly podcasts, we're going to have a edited version of this, this for that. So by all means, stick around, and we'll be around for...
While we get set up, let me tell you a little bit about the history of Extra Life, if I can. Started in 2008 with just a couple of guys who knew a sick little girl. They just wanted to help her out. And they started raising money for their local hospital. And the best way they knew to do that was through a fundraiser playing video games. Because, they didn't really have any other, apparently, skills. So they just used video games as a way to kind of get around that. And from then, it has grown and it has blossomed. And last year, 50,000 gamers participated. And to date, we've raised more than $50 million for Children's Miracle Network hospitals through the Extra Life charity, which is just ridiculous.
Far more than anyone expected from a fairly ragtag group of folks that, let's be honest, a lot of folks that consume mass media assume are good for nothing.
Yeah.
That this particular hobby is a waste of time.
And dangerous in some cases.
Clearly, what it also is a remarkably uniting pastime and activity that has brought together gamers across the globe for this, but across the world in other versions, in other ways. And so, and shoot, anybody who's played an online game any time in the past, ever? 8 years or ever, knows that you can find yourself playing online with anybody from anywhere, that there's a steady internet source. So
yeah, and the good news is...
I mean, I've been yelled at by people from, I'm pretty sure, Korea.
Well, and the good news is you'll be playing with us during the second half of this broadcast. But I think I digress. I think it's time instead to say, welcome to Geek Cave Live! Woo! That's right, this is the annual Children's Miracle Network Marathon Extra Life Geek Cave. This is the 4th, 5th year we're doing it. We've lost count because we've lost so much sleep. I'm Darren.
I'm Justin.
And I'm Chad.
Justin, comics, go!
Fine, I just got settled, but fine. I'll get up and leave. No. So, yes.
We are recording, right? We're not just making this up?
Yeah,
That's actual... Man, I'd hate to have to do this again. I'm so tired.
So very tired. Oh. So, how's everybody doing?
Great.
Awesome.
Great. It appears that
Doing
we're
pretty
getting
good.
ready to be playing some Super Mario Maker 2.
Yeah, that's right. We're continuing something that we did last time, whereas we're going to be playing while the segments go on.
This is no doubt a terrible idea.
It's a horrible idea.
It's a horrible idea, and most like, hey, at least this year we're playing a game that I might stand a chance at.
I can't believe we're
You
doing this
might,
again.
and I hope you do.
For those who don't know, last year we played Doom,
It was great. What are you talking about?
and when I was given the controls, it was not so great.
You got the control, what, second or third?
Third.
So he was the furthest into the game, never touched the controls before, and we're just like, and here you go kill some demons.
I think you did pretty good.
Yeah, eventually I got out of that room, and
Well, so should we have Justin start with the controller?
How about
how about you start with the controllers?
You know what? No, I think Justin should go ahead and start with the control, because generally the first thing he does is ask if anybody else has news.
This is true. Does anybody else have any news?
I do.
News? No. I got a review.
What are we doing?
We're playing.
No, I know. I mean, so
Go into play.
play.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Hey. Let's do Course World. Let's just find some random things that... No, it's okay. One of the people in the audience is telling us not to do that, but we don't listen. Just go to Endless Challenge. We're just going to pick random levels, and we're just going to see what happens. But yes, while Justin does that, and if you would, please follow along on our Twitch channel. Twitch, just new game. Twitch.tv/Geek Podcast. You can also find a link to donate there, and if not, geekcavepodcast.com/Extra Life. We're raising money for CMN hospitals through Extra Life, and we'll just we're going to be playing along for about 90 minutes or so. Once the recorded portion of the podcast is over, we asked you to join us on Twitch because we're also going to be playing Jackbox. Yes, I do have some news.
Always the consummate professional, man. Darren.
Yeah. Well, what do you want? Hey, award-winning broadcast journalist. Anyway, so...
Sure, rub it in.
Well, none of them listen. So, you're familiar with John Kent from Super Sons. You know, the son of Superman and Lois Lane from another world merged into this world, yada yada.
Yeah.
Great character. And then they ended up putting him in the future for a while and making him an adult. And now he's going to be part of the Legion of Superheroes. Well, now there's a new rumor that John is actually going to replace Superman at some point.
Really?
In DC's ongoing comics line. Let me just try to find this. This was from Bleeding Cool. And as you know, recently, Brian Michael Bendis did what Brian Michael Bendis usually does. Yeah, and aged
Unless
John.
he's listening, in which case...
Hi.
Yeah.
Come and defend yourself on the podcast, sir.
Yeah, so DC...
Man, you will flip your stuff if he does.
Man, DC's Generation 4 timeline reveals Jonathan Kent is going to be aged again during his trip to the future with the Legion of Superheroes. This was like an official document from DC that got leaked to the internet. And what's going to happen is John is eventually, according to this, at least probably for like a few months in the Superman books, going to replace Clark as Superman.
Because reasons.
The dad's gonna replace the.
No, John, like the kid John.
Oh, Kid John.
Kid John, like 11
Sorry, I
year old.
got like really confused. I was like, but that guy is not Kryptonian.
No, half Kryptonian John.
Okay, half Kryptonian John.
John the second? John Kent the second?
Okay.
Does that work? And now this is something that Bendis has done before. You might know about Miles Morales, another young character that was created to basically replace Peter Parker in the Marvel universe, essentially the Ultimate Universe. And that's pretty much it as far as what we know. John did debut back in 2015 during the Convergence storyline. If you missed that, remember we had author Jeff King on to talk to us about that. I only have one other piece of news, and that has to do with the merry band of mutants over at Marvel. The X-Men #1, as you know, just recently came out. It's being written by Jonathan Hickman. A lot of people love Jonathan Hickman's work, so they're really excited about this. Powers of X and House of X, otherwise known as Hoxpox by fans, apparently, just wrapped up. So they've rebooted the X-Men, more or less. The X-Men are living on their own island now. It's seen as kind of like a paradise for mutants. And if you watch the 90s show at all...
Nope.
Yeah. Well, then you know that there's some...
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant like the sequel to the 70s show.
No. Then you know that there's something going on with like Jean Grey and Cyclops and Wolverine a little bit. You know, there's this triangle of emotions here. Well, it takes an interesting twist in X-Men #1. You get to see a layout of the new X Mansion as sorts, and all of the rooms, you see their blueprints, but Cyclops and Wolverine have rooms on either side of Jean's room, and they each have direct access to her room without having to go into the hallway.
Of course.
So there's
what an amazing...
Yeah, so there's little rumors that like maybe there's something going on there, but then we find
About Chickawowsnick.
But then we find more. Mr. Sinister had...
What holy hell is this?
Just run.
Just run.
Don't jump, just run.
Yeah, just hold, just go for it. Okay, maybe not. I think it said just run.
It said keep run.
All right.
Probably from the very beginning, you're probably supposed to run so that it...
All right, I'll try while I'm talking about this. So, Mr. Sinister was talking... Hey, nice. I'm just killing it right now. It's one of those auto run... Not auto, but you just have to keep running during Super Mario Maker. But... This is really hard to concentrate.
Yes, it is.
Mr. Sinister had a file of secrets on all of the X-Men. And here's one entry. He's the best there is at what he does. She's married with a kid, and the husband knows what's going on, but who is he to point the finger? So apparently there's some polyamorous stuff going on between Cyclops and Jean and Wolverine, and I'm sure that'll last, and no one will ever get upset about that. That's pretty much all I have as far as news goes.
Nice. All right. Chad, what do you got?
A review.
Cool. Lay it on us.
All right. I just finished reading Superman Year 1 this past week.
Yeah?
It's weird.
All right, that's the Frank Miller one, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that it's good, but I'm pretty sure...
It's weird.
But I'm pretty sure that it's not bad. So,
you tell.
So I think the hardest hurdles that it has to cross are that Frank Miller has not been viewed as a Superman fan by most comics people. So every change he makes, every attitude, every power, even the implied tone of voice for Clark Kent is put under greater scrutiny than, say, a Mark Waid or a Dan Jurgens would have had to face. The other hurdle is Superman sexing it up with a mermaid. That took a bit of getting used to. Anyway, if it shows up on Comixology or someplace that you don't have to specifically pay for it, or if you have a friend who already owns it, then by all means, read it. But don't expect it to be world-shatteringly great. It's serviceable, it's weird, it's different. It's got some really cool, interesting moments, but it's not really a great comic, in my opinion. And my opinion counts about as much as anyone's.
Well, I do appreciate your opinion on a lot of things. So, the Goomba is a zombie. Sorry, folks, I got distracted by...
We're
playing Mario Maker. And there's a little thing on the screen that just says, the Goomba is a zombie. And yeah, I could have told you that.
Yeah, you can leave little helpful notes. Helpful question mark, notes for other players.
Huh. Okay, anyway. Alright, so, anything else?
Nope,
Nope, that was what I had. That was what I had.
I'm good.
Alright, then I guess we're going to move on to the long box.
All right.
There's a long box?
Yes, there always has been a long box.
Yeah.
Well, for the most part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bring it.
What you got?
Alright, so, as tradition with the last few Extra Lives, rather than reviewing a character or storyline, I'm going to talk about somebody who actually works in the comic book industry. I've discussed Bill Finger. I've discussed... I think I did Dan Didio one time. But anyway, semi-influential people in the comic book world. This year, I'm going to talk about Trina Robbins, or she was born Trina Perlson. She's an American cartoonist, and she was actually the first woman to draw Wonder Woman.
Yay!
This didn't happen until the 1980s.
Boo!
But she's still active. She's kind of a kick-ass person.
Yay!
So she was born in 1938, and she's was active.
She's older than Wizard of Oz.
There you
Technically,
go.
yeah.
Yeah. She's been an active member of science fiction fandom in the 50s and 60s, and her illustrations have gained her Hugo-nominated award. You know, she's very well versed in her awards in this. In 1969, she designed the costume for Vampirella. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of childhood memories based around that. But I digress.
Time.
In the 1970s, she worked in a feminist underground newspaper, It Ain't Me, Babe. And the same year, along with fellow artist Barbara Mendez, established the first all-woman comic book, the one-shot It Ain't Me, Babe comics. Sorry, folks, I'm kind of doing this on the fly while trying to watch Darren.
Still alive.
You know, the advantage of watching Darren do these is that I won't ever to play, and neither will you.
That's true.
Because this is the easy mode.
Awesome. She was also involved in the comics anthology Women's Comics. Sorry. WIMMEN. Women's Comics.
Women.
Which the first one featured Robbins' Sandy Comes Out, the first ever comic strip featuring an out lesbian.
Huh.
She's very proactive in her social justices, and I approve of this. As I said, she was the first woman to draw Wonder Woman. She'd been a long admirer of the character. Her official affiliation with it happened in 1986 at the conclusion of the first volume of the Crisis on Infinite Earths. DC published a 4-issue limited series titled The Legend of Wonder Woman, which she was the artist on.
All right.
In the late 90s, she collaborated with Colleen Doran on the DC Comics graphic novel Wonder Woman, The Once and Future Story, on the subject of spousal abuse. And she's been writing the comic book adventures of Honey West, notable for being popular fiction's first female private detectives.
Very cool.
Yeah. Her personal life is just as interesting as her professional affiliations. She was intimately involved in the 60s rock scene, and she was close friends with Jim Morrison and the Byrds.
Nice.
She is the first of 3 ladies in the canyon in the Joni Mitchell classic song of the same album, of the same name. And in the late 60s, she ran an East Village clothing boutique called Broccoli, and she made clothes for Mama Cass, Donovan, and David Crosby.
Nice.
Yeah, and she's got a memoir entitled Last Girl Standing, and it was released in 2017. So, unfortunately, not a big long box this year, which I do apologize for, but...
It's good content, though.
Yeah. Trina Robbins is truly one of the badass women of comics, and don't you forget it.
Very cool. Very nice. All right, well, that was a quick comic segment. Let's take a minute while Chad decides to finally weigh in because I died because of inattentiveness. I was paying...
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
I was paying very close attention to Justin. Oh my god, there's like mushrooms everywhere, and now Chad's Mario in a stiletto.
Das Boot.
Das Boot, literally. Run, you plumber, run. Anyway,
Run, fat boy, run.
while he's doing that, just want to remind you, no matter when you're hearing this episode, you can still donate to the Extra Life campaign. It goes through December 31st. Of course, for most teams, their game day is November 2nd, I believe.
Yes.
But you can still donate all the way up till December 31st. And the money goes to a good cause. We've got a breakdown up on our Facebook page where the money goes, where every dollar goes. You can check Charity Navigator as well. And, you know, it's just a really cool charity that we all kind of feel like we have a personal stake in a little bit with the connection to CMN hospitals. Mm-hmm. My microphone just keeps slipping. It's like it wants my crotch to talk, and I'm not really sure why that is.
Microphone.
Sorry, Facebook.
Slipping.
And Twitch. What are you doing?
I'm watching your microphone. Oh, yeah.
Baby 100 is whatever the note was for Chad. How's Mario Maker treating you so far?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's...
I don't hate it.
As is typically the case when it shifts from like Mario 1 to Mario 3 to Mario U to and back around, I'm just like, oh crap! Now I need more than an A and a B.
This level from Chrissy Poo says just go, so just do that. I think you have to take that car.
Or not.
Chad's like, screw the car. I'm going myself. You can't stop me. You're not my mom. And he won, so I guess, you know, that shows me I'm not his mom.
No, you're... To be fair, there is no woman on this earth like Chad's mom.
No, Chad's mom is the greatest person.
Fair point.
I love my mom to death.
Should we announce a prize winner? Let's
Sure.
We probably should have
Well, I mean, you
almost 15 minutes ago.
They can wait. Let's go ahead and
25
draw.
minutes ago?
Let's go ahead and draw for a prize. We are giving away prizes to random donors. All you have to do is donate anything. $1 is enough, and that microphone keeps dropping on me. I don't know.
I'll see if I can work on it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. So, yeah, donate $1 and you qualify for any of a number of prizes. It doesn't matter if it's the Sega Genesis Mini, which we're giving away on Twitch toward the end of the 24 hours, or, you know, it could be a sketch from Justin if you donate $40 or more.
Yep.
He will draw.
That is an automatic guarantee. If you donate $40 or more and you're not anonymous and you want one,
You're getting one.
I will draw you your comic book or cartoon character of choice.
Yeah, you're getting one either
I'm getting
way.
the blueprint.
Yes, Chad has decided that normally I exclude the Geek Cave members, but he made a donation on somebody's behalf. So this year he's getting a blueprint of one of Wile E. Coyote's infamous and often referenced and ultimately unusable schemes to get the Roadrunner.
Yeah, so...
He hasn't told me which one, or I may just surprise him. I don't know.
Oh, that's exactly what I'm hoping you do, is just surprise.
Oh, just surprise you? Okay.
There are like 32 of them. Just
pick one. Okay.
Just pick one. All
pick
right.
a good one.
Well, one of the prizes is a $25 Comixology gift card, because this is the comic segment, after all.
Well, for a few minutes anyway.
So, congratulations, Philip Morrison.
Hey, Phil!
Hi.
Philip Morrison.
I know that guy.
Yeah, just won a $25 Comixology gift card.
Didn't they make a movie about this guy?
I love you.
We have other prizes that we're going to be giving away during the marathon, including a physical copy of Dust and Elysian Tale, which is a limited run not sold in stores. A $25 gift card to GameStop, and the grand prize, a Sega Genesis Mini. And by the way, if you win a physical item, you're also getting a Geek Cave t-shirt to go with it. Just like what we're wearing. You can't see us on Twitch, but you can if you're watching on Facebook Live.
Ha-ha!
Aha! They won't be the ones that we're wearing.
Or will they?
Well, maybe. I don't know. How much did you donate?
How much do you like Geek Sweat?
So, geekcavepodcast.com/extra life to donate. And it's a fantastic cause. You really should support it. Should we just move on to the gaming segment?
Why not?
Let's just move on to the gaming segment, shall we?
Blow the wall.
I've done my part. Let's move on.
All right. So, Justin,
Darren.
do you have anything for the gaming segment?
Why no?
Chad.
I'm still playing Greedfall. For those of you who joined at 1 o'clock Central Time, you got to witness me playing that, and I'm going to say that it's still fun. It's not perfect, and if you're expecting it to be perfect, you will be sorely disappointed.
But it's still good, right?
Oh yeah,
No, Chad just straight up
I
suicided.
just bit it.
Just straight up
Nice, my
suicided.
turn.
All right. I've got quite a few things.
All right. Actually, I do have something.
Oh, okay.
The last podcast, I said I was probably going to be purchasing Untitled Goose Game.
Yeah.
I did.
And how is it?
It's good.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to finish it yet, but that's because... What the heck? Sorry, it's my turn to play again.
He's going through a pipe.
Yeah. Haven't had a chance to finish the game yet, but it's amazing.
Yeah. I actually ended up buying it after our taping as well. And it's super fun. Definitely worth a try. In fact, if you are watching along on Twitch, you might see Goose Game pop
Oh,
up.
you will see Goose Game pop up because that's what I'm playing during my shift.
Yeah.
After Geek Cave Live.
So, is that it? Is that all you got?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay, cool. Well, hey, I'm glad you had something.
Yay!
I don't punish you the way that you punish Chad, so...
Holy!
That is a giant...
Ah!
That's a giant bullet
Sorry for those eardrums I just blasted out. I was...
with... Giant bullet with cat ears.
Oh, good night.
Yeah, Justin, a reminder, we are in Super Mario Maker 2, and we're playing just random worlds in Course World online. These are levels that other people have made. We have no idea what's coming, because it's all completely random, and it's part of our Extra Life Marathon for Children's Miracle Network. So, we don't talk about politics on this podcast, and that is by design. It's because, you can get political talk literally anywhere. But we do talk about certain things if it's...
Whoa!
Yeah, that's a fire-breathing cat Bowser. We do talk about certain things if it warrants it for, newsworthy reasons. Blizzard has come under fire recently, and Justin's dead. So now I have to talk about this. Justin, could you hold that like a teleprompter? Thank you, Vanna. So Blizzard has come under fire recently for the way they treated one or two of their bigger streamers. As you know, esports are huge right now. And a streamer named Blitzchun came out to complain online about how Hong Kong is being treated by China. It's during the whole pro-democracy protests over there. Blizzard banned his ass for a year from playing competitively and took away his winnings because he's I think he's from over there, but he's living in America. But they took away everything, and they didn't say why. Of course, this is the internet we're talking about, so people found out why. And there are two different lines about it. One line is, well, Blizzard has a huge audience in China. Now, Blizzard, they're the makers of, I believe it's World of Warcraft, Hearthstone, Diablo, and I need to beat Bowser. Okay. And also Overwatch. Overwatch. And this went down right before Overwatch launched on the Switch, and it was a pretty big deal. Now, people freaked out. In fact, Blizzard employees went on, I guess, like a non-verbal strike. I mean, someone even, covered up part of Blizzard's, mission statement that says that they always, welcome all voices. So it was kind of a big big PR mess for Blizzard. They have since backed off a little bit. Now Blitzchung has only been suspended for like 6 months. And they say, oh no, it had nothing to do with our business with China. It's just we don't want people talking about political things. And yet they've allowed this kind of thing in the past during streams.
Bullshit! Bullshit! Oh, excuse me.
It's just,
sorry.
for some reason, when you say China bad, that gets you on Blizzard's bad list. Well,
I guess we're on Blizzard's bad list.
well, I mean, let's
we said
be fair.
China bad.
Yeah, I mean, let's be fair. China's not really treating Hong Kong all that well, if you've been following the news at all. So, China bad. Hi, Blizzard.
Whoa, China bad.
Okay, so Stadia. This is something we've talked about recently. Google's big streaming console that is out mid-November. And they've been talking about it for a while, and they're like, oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be future-proof. It's going to be ready. If you give us like $120, you get like this limited edition controller that'll be totally wireless. It'll work on all your devices. Okay, yeah, about that. It actually won't, the wireless controller won't actually be wireless until like maybe next year, unless you have a Chromecast. So, but, I mean, you know, it's not like they haven't promised other things before, except for the time that they promised that you'd have a library of games, but when they really meant just one, and it was Destiny 2. Or the time when they're like, yeah, I mean, you'll probably own your games. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe. Or the time they were super condescending when people were saying, but I like physical copies, and the Google rep is like, well, I like cassettes. Okay. So, and we're also hearing now that Google Stadia, as far as, because it's streaming only, there have been concerns about lag. And Google has come out and said, well, you know, we recognize there are going to be issues with lag, so we're working on technology to predict what button you're going to push. That's how they're going to get around the lag. They're going to try to predict what you're going to do.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Hell, even I don't know what I'm going to do when I'm playing a game.
Yeah, this has all of the earmark, and now Google apologists are saying, Google apologists, because that's a thing. But now Google apologists are saying that, well, you know, really, this is just like a beta. It's an early access. Stadia doesn't launch until next year. Really? Okay. One question, though. Why is it coming out November 19th, then? So, yeah. Google says, even then, there's more. So if you pre-ordered, you paid $130 for the Founders Edition because you are in. This is the gaming future, and I want to be on the ground floor, and I paid my money, and you're not getting it at launch.
Because reasons.
Because they're not sure if they can deliver it in time. But you'll get it! Eventually. So, yeah. Google Stadia, the Geek Cave podcast, still kind of unsure about that. Probably because I'm not even sure it's going to be a thing. So,
but games are coming for it.
Sure. You know, the launch lineup includes Doom. Not the sequel, I mean just Doom.
Yeah.
And a few other games that have been out for quite a while. So if you, I mean, it's like it's like any other console launch. If you want to play old games but on new hardware, or in this case, a Chromecast. Okay.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah. One more thing before I get to my review, and I almost died, but I didn't. That's because I'm awesome. Now I'm gonna die because I talked crap. No. So far, so good.
No argument here.
Hey! Okay, so we finally know what the PS5 will probably cost. It's $500.
Yeah.
Is anyone really I'm not surprised.
I don't know who's surprised by that.
Yeah.
I mean, at least it's not $600. Then I'd have to get another second job.
If you really want it, you'll get another job so you can pay that $599 American dollars. And so you can fight that crab.
That's a lot of coins.
750 coins. All right.
That's a lot of rupees.
Does anyone have any reviews or anything before we get to the pile of shame?
Sorry, no.
I already gave you my in-progress review.
I appreciated it, too. I'm glad that you're enjoying the Goose Game. In fact, this is not something I had in my notes, but something I feel like mentioning. There's now fan petitions to get the Goose into Smash Brothers.
Yes, I've seen some of the mock-up artwork for that.
Yeah, people come up with like control schemes and everything.
It's awesome.
It kind of works.
It does, and I, for one, will always choose the Goose.
I welcome my new Goose Overlord.
Honk.
I can't wait for the Canadian Goose DLC.
Honk.
You know, where it hisses too. There'll be a hiss. You know, I have to collect 750 coins in this level. We're gonna be here a while. But finally, I guess we can go ahead and get to the Pile of Shame review. I'm leaving a pause for our edit later. So, if you follow along our Twitch channel, which obviously if you're watching the marathon live, you are, we did a series called Spooky Streams because Halloween was coming up.
Ooh, scary.
And one of them was Bloodstained Ritual of the Night.
I like that stream.
Yeah,
That was a good one.
Thank you. I try to make at least some good ones.
No. So, for example, like the KFC dating sim.
That was fun.
It was fun. It was interesting. It was weird, but it wasn't really that good a game.
No.
And so it didn't make for a really like a super compelling stream.
Yeah.
But the Bloodstain was a good stream, and it was a good game too.
Yeah. So Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is a Metroidvania. Well, I want to get that coin. I gotta get 750. And what you want to bet? There's like 751 coins in this room. Who counted these? Anyway, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is a Metroidvania, Castlevania type game. You play Miriam, who is a female. I'm not sure what type of person or creature she is. She can absorb these shards that'll give her powers of the demons that she defeats. And it's very by-the-book Castlevania, as in, go over here, find some hidden areas that you can't get to just yet, beat the boss, get a special weapon, go back, and do more exploring, ad nauseum. But it's really done. It's really well done. The art style, I like the art style. I like the characters. There's a little bit of humor in there. The gameplay is fantastic. The controls are very responsive. I never feel like... It does have a little bit of that difficulty that comes with a Castlevania game, but when I die, I never feel like it's the game's fault, I never feel like it's, the programmers are just being idiots, or like, stupid lag, or anything like that. No, it's entirely my fault. So they did a pretty good job on the balance there. The difficulty is just hard enough where it can be frustrating at times, but you keep coming back because you're like, I almost got it, and I'll do it this time. And I love the dark, kind of gothic art style that comes with a little bit of silliness as well, because you can equip Miriam with all types of gear, including bunny ears, including a pirate's hat,
Yar.
and a bunny scarf. A lot of bunny stuff, actually. You can use alchemy to create weapons or just food, like pizza.
As you do.
Pizza, by the way, gives you not only refills your health, it also boosts your hit points for a certain amount of time.
And it lets you use Donatello again.
Yeah, honestly, I would say if I had the power of alchemy, that is the first thing I'd create.
Yeah.
Pizza.
What would you give up to be able to do that?
Equal exchange.
I'd give up anchovies.
Yeah. Or,
Sorry, folks.
olives.
No more sauerkraut. Sorry.
No,
Can we include kimchi in that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Oh, while and that's pretty much it. I would just say, yeah, play this game. Be like me. It's available right now in Game Pass if you're on Xbox One, and Game Pass, by the way, is like $1 for the first month. You get access to 100 games. Not a bad deal. You can also get it from GameFly, which is one of our fantastic sponsors, and they helped us out with a GameFly gift subscription as part of this marathon. So thank you to GameFly. Thank you to GameStop for their support. And BuzzTime, not BuzzTime. Thank you to Shirtosaurus. Thanks, BuzzTime, for supporting us as you did in the past. We hope to have you back. I do want to mention one more thing, since we are talking about pizza. You've probably seen this in Walmart. These are the Arcade 1-Up home arcades.
Yep.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles one is now available, and it includes the original arcade game as well as Turtles in Time.
Nice.
Let me just say, this is the second one that I've purchased. They come in what I would call IKEA mode. As in, you get a bunch of like slats of wood and the monitor and everything, and you just put it together and you're good to go. You don't get an Allen wrench. You just use a Phillips screwdriver.
Oh, nice.
But I will say the build quality is really good. I know that sometimes people are like hit or miss when it comes to these things. And I know that I've heard that their customer service is not the best. But if you get a good one, and I happen to get a good one, it turned out really well. The controls are solid. It's the exact experience that you expect, which is Turtles the arcade game and Turtles in Time. And the bonus is you don't have to worry about quarters. You know, just keep playing until you beat the game. And it's super fun. You can fit 4 people around it. They do smaller arcades, so I was a little worried.
I'm gonna laugh my butt off. You go through here and there's a big coin that says 750.
Nope. But I did finish that level in my segment.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Only took 400 seconds.
Good for you. Good for you.
All right, so I think that's it for the gaming segment. We do want to remind you, you are listening to Geek Cave Live as part of the... Wow, it took me 2 minutes longer than, like, the fastest time. Which is part of the Extra Life Marathon.
You kept going back for that one coin that you missed.
Well, I wanted to make sure I got enough.
I know,
Yeah.
I know.
So, part of Children's Miracle Network Marathon Extra Life, 50,000 gamers participate in this every year. We are glad that you are joining us on this ride. Thank you so much. We've already raised more than $2,100. We're not even halfway done.
Yeah.
That is amazing. We can't do any of this without you. Thank you so much. And if you are watching on Twitch, we do have a special challenge for you. And that is, share this video, share the post on Facebook, share it on social media, get the word out. And even if you don't donate to us, if you want to like raise money yourself, because we've had people reach out to us and say, well, I want to do this myself. By all means, please do so.
Yes.
Because it's really just about, about helping kids.
Yeah, we don't see a dime of this, so
Yeah.
even if all we ever raised is $5, that's still $5 that goes towards helping kids.
Yeah, the money goes straight to Children's Miracle Network hospitals, and I don't think I have to tell you that it's a good cause.
No.
So,
I mean, the reward, I mean, other than helping kids, this is another excuse for us to get together and have a fun weekend.
yeah, which we were going to do anyway.
Yeah, but now we're, having,
Now we're doing good, and...
Now we get good karma.
Yeah.
Now we're having fun. We're doing some good deeds. It's all good. Everybody wins.
Especially the kids, because
Yes.
this is all, like, tax... By the way, it's tax-free. So, like, you can save that receipt, and you can get it deducted from your taxes. So the more the merrier, and no matter how much you donate, you qualify for one of our fantastic prizes, and that's because of some spectacular sponsors.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to shut up and let Chad do his thing. It's movie time.
All right. I
time.
guess we're welcome to the movie segment then. And
Bye.
we just got done talking about... Well, we're not done talking about Extra Life, but we just concluded telling you about Extra Life. So I guess I'll make sure to remind you that we're brought to you by Shirtosaurus, digging up clothing for your past so you can look rad today. GameStop, Power to the Player, and Gamefly, video games delivered. So, what news and or reviews do you have before I get started? Gentlemen?
To quote the great Spaceballs, man, I ain't got shit.
All right. Darren, you got something to...
I
paraphrase.
have quite a few things, actually.
You've got quite a few things.
Oh, sure, show me up.
Well, let's see it.
Okay, oh, crap. I'm in one of those, like, keep running levels. I got it. Oh, I missed. I got it. All right.
The happy little moon was not so happy.
Now. Okay, so Jared Leto,
Yeah.
people didn't really care for his turn of Joker.
Well, it was an interesting take.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of problems with Suicide.
I think it had as much to do with the direction as his interpretation.
Yeah,
But carry on.
But okay, so Joker with, is it Joaquin? Is that how it's pronounced?
Joaquin Phoenix.
Joaquin Phoenix.
Joaquin.
Is now the highest grossing R-rated movie ever. It's doing really well.
So far.
Well, so far, yeah.
Deadpool 3 has still got to come.
Fair enough. But as far as the time of this particular episode of the Geek Cave, highest grossing. And Jared Leto, when he found out they were doing a Joker movie, and this is according to internal reports, when he found out that someone was doing a Joker movie and it was without him. He actually, according to, again, numerous reports, tried to have the movie killed.
Of course.
Telling his agent, you've got to stop this. Well, I don't know. They didn't stop it. So, you know, that's a thing. A source in Leto's camp, of course, denies that the actor made the request. But the Hollywood Reporter reports that, you know, basically Leto felt that Warner Brothers strung him along with promises of a Joker standalone film, which, of course, as you know, did materialize, but not with him in the role. Because, A, it was an origin story. His Joker had already been established. And B, I hear Phoenix's Joker movie is really good.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah. We could talk a little bit about Francis Ford Coppola and Martin Scorsese.
Let's not, though.
Yeah, no. I don't really want to. We pretty much know everything we need to know about how they feel.
They're old white men.
Yeah. So we're like close to middle-aged white men, but it's different.
Yes.
We also don't tend to be butt heads about people's art.
Yeah. Wow, I don't like this level. Alright, anyway. So, yeah, that's all I had was that, you know, they hate Marvel films. And Jon Favreau is like, dude, calm down. Oh, reach the goal as Spiny Mario. Okay.
Yay.
Oh, no, I just killed all the Spinies. Well, bollocks.
It's gonna make it hard.
Alright, I can just go back. So that's all I got.
Oh.
Oh, no!
Now I can't get out!
Oh.
Okay, then.
Okay,
Lori,
we'll
you got
it out.
anything?
Nope, I'm good.
Alright. So, to add to Mattel's upcoming movie lineup that includes Barbie, starring Margot Robbie, and a live-action Hot Wheels movie, Mattel Films is partnering up with Valparaiso and actor Daniel Kaluuya's 59% banner to create a live-action Barney movie.
Oh, good.
So, yeah, the purple dinosaur's back to love on us and presumably get us to love on him in a way that can only be described as completely innocent and void of troubling innuendo. So, in 1977, a TV special was made based on a children's book by Russell Hoban. That special was called Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas.
Yes?
That book may be given new life by Flight of the Conchords singer and songwriter Brett McKenzie.
Okay.
The story follows a poor otter family who risk everything for the chance to win the cash prize at a talent contest. But whether it's picked up or not is right now anyone's guess. I mean, it's just one of those where, hey, you willing to try and write this? Yeah, all right. Kind of thing. But considering that Mackenzie is responsible for the 2011 Muppet movie Academy Award for the song Man or Muppet, and wrote all the songs for the second, Muppets Most Wanted.
Yeah.
Probably the right fit.
Probably.
Really. So in their continuing effort to gain all the monies and finally win capitalism, Disney's announced some documentary titles are going to be available for their streaming platform, including the untitled Mickey Mouse documentary, looking at Mickey's deeper significance and cultural impact, Wolfgang, which what I thought was going to be about Mozart was instead going to be focused on the life and work of Wolfgang Puck, the chef. And the first episode for Marvel's 616 is Higher, Further, Faster, which is supposed to shine a light on the trailblazing women of Marvel Comics.
Okay.
So there is that. What is that other thing here? Oh, this is interesting to me because Disney is also putting into the vault a bunch of Fox movies. Since they acquired Fox, they're basically taking Fox movies and not allowing them for for-profit theaters. So theater wants to run an old movie, they typically just apply and get it, and it's done.
I hate this level. So
Now-
move on.
Now that doesn't. I mean, typically when Disney would put something in the vault, they would pull its release from everything. Now, I mean, this doesn't prevent you from buying it or on any streaming services. It's just exactly like you said.
Yeah, this is right now. It's for theaters. Now, whether it stays that way is anyone's guess. So, anyway, Disney Plus is also getting putting some sand under Hocus Pocus 2 for some traction. Writer Jen D'Angelo has been given the reins to pen the sequel with the not insignificant task of finding a way to bring back Bette Midler, Sarah Jessica Parker, and Kathy Najimy, who, spoiler alert, kind of exploded at the end of the first movie. So, for me, Hocus Pocus is one of those movies that should stay a cult classic.
Yeah.
And just one of those things where you kind of... You bring it out when your kids are like 10 or 11 years old, and you're just like, okay, this is corny, but I like it, so we're going to watch it as a family.
Yes.
And when you have questions, just make sure you ask me and not your friends on the playground.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, HBO is throwing their hat into the ring for our dollars and even more with an order for 4 1-hour Adventure Time specials.
Darren died 1 second, and that's a new record.
Why am I
say it.
here? You do this. About to say, I've died a few times. Why am I still doing this?
Because I'm holding my
Yeah, I
computer.
know. I'm not gonna hand it to you. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently...
I gotta hand it to you, Chad.
I'm special.
Well, I don't want to You want me to hand it to you?
No.
Okay.
So, Adventure Time, collectively titled the Adventure Time Distant Lands, the specials are picking back up with Finn and Jake going on their
You
way.
gotta be on solid ground, but then just hit the right trigger. There you go.
Yay. Paul Rudd has a, quote, comedy, end quote, on Netflix now called Living With Yourself. The hook is that Rudd's character is like super apathetic about life for reasons that they don't get into, and he then hears about a spa treatment that can turn his life around. He wakes up buried in the forest. When he finally gets home, he comes face to face with a more attentive, happier, more joyful version of himself. That version is better for his wife, better at his job, and seemingly better at just about everything else except being original. Hilarity could ensue if the show didn't take itself so dang seriously. So, really, after the first couple of episodes, the whole series is just sad hour, man. Give it a pass unless you really like Paul Rudd. Another one that it pains me to say give a pass, well, not give a pass, but go into more cautiously than usual, is Big Mouth Season 3. I watched it, and I don't think I'm recommending it right now. It could be that I marathoned the thing, and so I just missed what was important or good or right about it. But as it stands, I think maybe I was just expecting something that it couldn't give me. Either way, same cautions apply as usual. Don't watch it with your kids unless your kids are well past puberty. This is a very distracting level.
There were hundreds of invincibility stars.
It's just all over the place, man.
Oh, no,
Crazy.
and now I'm stuck.
Oh, just keep tapping the jump button to swim up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I was.
There you go.
So, otherwise, in things that I've got in my that I had in my inbox, I watched I.O. this past month.
Okay.
It's the kind of sci-fi movie I like. There's not a ton of characters. There's very little by way of political drama. It's more about trying to survive in a world that isn't safe. And it's not that because there are criminals and ruffians and zombies and so forth, but the world itself is unsafe. Below a certain point of elevation, the air is mostly made up of ammonia.
Oh, jeez.
So it's, Anyway, most of humanity took to the stars after mucking the Earth, and the few that stayed behind try to make their way, but the space station, which is orbiting Jupiter's moon Io, hence the name, is about to embark on a quest for a new planet, so any survivors on Earth that want to get out, they have to do it now. It's a kind of a slow burn, and you could watch this one while folding the laundry. This is one of those movies you could do some sewing.
Wait, what's that?
Laundry?
Well, that and the other thing.
Folding?
No, the
Sewing?
Yeah, what's that?
Never mind. You usually do it after lawing. Or before lawing. After fawing. Anyway. It's a...
Misogynistic humor.
Yeah.
I'm going to play Mario now.
Yeah.
It's a solid story. It's pretty nice. It's got some ideas that it doesn't flesh out well enough, which may raise the particular criticism of it being uninspired. I think that it just didn't feel a need to tell you every last little thing about the world and let you figure some of it out yourself.
For those of you following along, Justin is in Bowser's castle and has to find a propeller suit and finish the level with that propeller suit. Carry on.
Okay.
I was just explaining the very quiet "oh God" while you were talking.
Yeah. So I am ready for my random movie review if you all are.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, that was a... that sigh seemed a bit incredulous for...
Oh boy, that thing has wings.
And I gotta go which way?
Yeah, grab that key. Ah.
So for this,
Jad.
so for this month, the random review sent me to a French stop-motion film called My Life as a Zucchini.
Okay, that sounds charming.
French film, and Zucchini is just kind of his nickname. But it begins with a child killing his mother. Okay, that's a bit much. Zucchini is the kid. He's playing in the attic of his house when he accidentally knocks over a bunch of his mother's beer cans that he's stacked together as a pyramid. And when his mother comes up to punish him, he panics and shuts the attic's door, which hits her head and she falls down the steps and is killed. So after that, because his dad is never in the picture, he's sent to an orphanage where he's picked on by one of the older kids until he stands up for himself. And after a short while, they kind of form their own type of family unit.
Okay.
And eventually a new kid comes in and Zucchini becomes just enamored by this one. It's like he sees himself, I guess, in her. They connect and eventually they come to depend on each other. And another connection, so, and that's kind of how they get through the day-to-day stuff. Now, another connection that Zucchini makes is with the police officer that took him to the orphanage in the first place after the death, because they form a familial bond that seems to give both of them a bit of purpose. So, this is one of those movies that I'm glad that I watched. It's well thought out, it's well put together, it's well paced, it has something to say about connection and pain and family. And I don't think I'm ever going to watch it again. This is one of those rare movies that I think is good and should be seen, but I'm having trouble recommending it because it is so deeply depressing and emotionally wearing. It ends hopefully, but you go through a ringer to get to it. So typically, you get to be like me, you don't get to be like me, or you see it with friends. Today, Option 4. I don't know what Option 4 is, but that's what we're calling it.
It's classified. You'll have to ask Dick Jones at OCP.
So, I look forward to hearing if those of you who are on Facebook Live or those of you who are on the Twitch...
Option 4, don't see it with friends.
I should have done that with Gaspar's love. Anyway... If that's all we got for right now, don't forget there's still plenty of time for you to donate for Extra Life. All of the money raised goes to Children's Miracle Network. Any amount given, make sure that you get entered in for the prizes.
If you want to remain anonymous, you can. If you give us your name.
If you give us your name, you get entered for the prizes.
Yes.
Any amount over $40 and at your request... We'll get a personalized sketch from Justin.
Yep.
And, stick around. We're going to be switching over to Jackbox here in a little bit.
Yeah, I think actually it's about time to switch over to Jackbox because we've been going for a little while.
So we'll pop into Jackbox here in probably the next 5 or so minutes. So head on over to Twitch TV, look up Geek Cave Podcast. We're right there.
Yeah, or just go to any of our social media channels and you can find the link there.
Yep. Or you can even go to any of our Extra Life pages and find it right there too.
Yeah.
So that's that. So for Kent Harris, who has won every Kent Harris lookalike contest ever held, even when he wasn't playing, our award-winning broadcaster, Darren Wright.
Yay.
Justin White, who has won all of our hearts.
Aww.
I'm Chad Savage, whose participant trophy is still in the mail. I hope.
Wow.
So thanks for listening, and remember, everyone is a geek for something.
Bye-bye, Facebook.
Bye.
Can someone get Facebook? I can't reach it. I'm stuck. No, I'm not joking. Facebook, twitch.tv/Geek Cave Podcast. Join us. We're about to play some Jackbox. It's going to be a good time. And then share. The lower right-hand corner should be a blue button that says share.
So when it's Facebook Live, it is going live on Facebook,
Yes.
but then share it makes it available after the fact.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Are we done with these?
We are. Yeah. Hey, Twitch, we are just hanging with us for a second. We are about to play some Jackbox. We're going to get the Geek Cave crew together for
Yep.
that.
Give me half a minute.
And while we do that, we'll just have this running in the background.
Yes.
I do want to remind you guys, thank you so much for donating. Oh, I hope my mic was on. Yeah, it was on. I got levels. Well, I've been testing it, but I couldn't watch the record level. Okay, so...
It was on when I plugged it in, Darren.
Okay, fine.
Mr.
Well,
Award-winning broadcaster.
hey,
I haven't unplugged from that yet.
That's okay. That's why I asked you to mute it so I could.
so here's the deal, Twitch. This is a 24-hour marathon, and we're in hour what now? We started at 11.
We started at 11 Central.
11 Central. It's 9 p.m., a little after 9, right?
So 10 hours in.
Yeah, 10 hours in. And we're going to be playing Jackbox, both Party Pack 6 and probably a couple of the other earlier ones, because I really like Quiplash. And we're asking you, Twitch, to please join with us. All you have to do is whenever we launch one of these games, the room code will be listed there. We just want you to play along. So if we could find Liz and Mel.
Probably upstairs with one of the childs.
Okay.
Somebody came down. I will see who it was.
And we can... Hey, Liz is somewhere in the background. And we will get that started, so just bear with us for a second. Chad.
Yo.
Would you be comfortable telling everybody the story that you told me about a kid you knew that ended up having to go to a CMN hospital?
Yeah. So, in my day-to-day life, I'm a minister. And so part of my responsibilities is to visit people when they are in hospital. And I had a young person who, after a sports ball event,
Go sports ball!
after a sports ball event, had an issue with their insulin pump. And so I'm keeping as many details out as possible. HIPAA laws are fierce. But as a result, they ended up at the Children's Hospital in Iowa City, which is the hospital I play for. And the care that they got, and attention that the family got was really amazing. The amount of flexibility they had for having friends and family and classmates to be able to visit and make the room their own. The second time I went, you couldn't actually view anything through the windows because there was just pictures. It looked like a college dorm, to make it look homey, to make it, you're going to be there for a while. So, and I hear when there are complaints. I hear when care is is less than A plus standard, and that was not the case. And that has been the case for all 5 kids that I've had to go and see at this particular hospital. So I can't stress enough how much your dollars help. Because if they're, and they are, we've got a graph that shows that money donated goes to everything from technology to programming to research to patient care. If that keeps the care at that level, if your donation keeps care at that high a level, then it is absolutely worth your dollar. It's worth ours, and it's worth time of our lives, which don't get that back.
That's priceless. Yeah, 17% go to charitable care, 22% to equipment, 17% research, 8% for education, 15% for special services, 21% for custom needs, which can be anything from maybe getting the kids some time with a video game console, or maybe getting mom and dad a date night because, they've had to deal with the fact that they have a sick kid. So these are just a few things to keep in mind. And, I've shared my story before, how I lost a sister to pediatric cancer. It was a Children's Miracle Network hospital that I think truly prolonged her life. And really, just the level of care that my family got is astounding. And I don't think that you get that from everywhere. I know that there are a lot of hospitals and a lot of healthcare professionals that do a lot of good things. But we felt like this was a worthy cause. And so far, we're very proud of what we've been able to bring in so far. Again, geekcavepodcast.com/extra life, $2,100 so far raised. Do we want to have a round and then just start bringing people in later? Do we want to do that? Keep some momentum going?
I think we can go either way.
Right.
I know that probably between the first game and the second game, I'm going to have to go use the smallest room in the house.
Okay, well, while we're waiting, I'm trying to think if there's something we can launch that's like super short.
You can annoy some people with some geese.
Yeah, while we're waiting, we'll just pull up Untitled Goose Game, and Chad, you can kind of reset if you need be.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about.
Yep.
And we'll get everyone lined up. Hang with us, folks. It's live. We don't have any real opportunity to plan for this.
It's live, and there are small children in the house.
Do it live.
We didn't bring an extra person to watch those small children. That's where we messed up.
We'll goose it live.
Goose it live.
Goose it live. And then we'll do Jackbox after everyone's together, or a majority of us is together. Have a seat, Mel.
Oh, okay. I was gonna tell. Can you?
What do you need? Oh. And then boo. And then back in.
That would be a wrong choice.
That's it. Pick up the box. Yes. That's it. Yes, excellent. Excellent. Good. Good. Yep.
I'm gonna try to walk like that.
I hear.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah. Right now I'm hearing like the Metal Gear Solid music. Surprise! Zoo! I got the ring. I got the ring. What are you gonna do about it?
I'll go grab his harmonica.
I got your stool. I got your stool. What are you gonna do about it? Yeah. Fine. Ring again. Over here. Hey. Hey, old guy. Yeah, you want the ring? Yeah?
Put it in the water.
You want the ring? Yeah, get it now. Ah, jeez, he trapped me. Wait. No, I don't want that.
They're all cold, dude. Yeah.
All right. Looks like we're just about ready to get started with Jackbox, but first I want to entertain. Want to entertain these fine young ladies here. Go on, have a seat. Have a seat. Welcome, welcome. Hi, I'm a goose. Yeah. Yeah.
You are making their day. You're a good goose.
Got me a flower. Ladies. All right, it looks like we've got enough people, so we're going to go ahead and jump into Jackbox 6. Again, Twitch, please join us. We're going to have the room codes up. You are more than welcome to play along. However, this would be our first time with any of the Jackbox 6 games, so probably going to suck. Everyone wants to play along, be sure to go to jackbox.tv so you can be ready. Okay, so let's go through these. Obviously, everyone knows Trivia Murder Party by now. Trivia game, but with a serial killer. Role models. Now, every Jackbox has one game that's kind of eh. This one sounds like it's going to be one for me, but we'll get into it. Joke Boat. Come up with jokes. You're fine. Dictionarium. Invent words for the dictionary. And push the button. Figure out which one of us is an alien. Alright. Let's start with... Yep, we want the audience, we want extended timers, we don't want passwords, we don't want to require Twitch. That's fine. Do it. Audience, room code is EMAE. Please join us.
Hi, welcome to the Dictionarium. You may have been born against your will, but you chose to play this game. Look at all of you. I'm so glad you're here. In the Dictionarium, you get to make up words and what they mean. You'll get points if other people like what you come up with. And in the end, one of you will be crowned Grand Master of Words. If you're just watching right now, join the audience. Enter the room code and play along. Let's begin. In one tiny moment, you will see a word on your device. Write down a definition that you think fits this word. I found this word holding hands with my porcelain doll. If this task seems impossible, consider the platypus. It is impossible, yet it's a real animal, and it is really tattooed on my foot.
Man, when all of us have like Google in our heads, this is going to be a lot less fun.
When you get the G
Tick-tock,
chip,
tick-tock, tick-tock.
don't worry, it'll only support Chromecast at first.
Let's check these definitions out.
Oh, I like all of these.
And now we vote. Pick your favorite definition. Your very, very favorite definition. And remember, you can award bonus points to the ones that stole your heart. And the winning definition to be immortalized in the dictionarium is...
Nice. Well done. I'm sorry, Chad.
Now that I know how it's played.
You'll get them next time.
Synonym time! Synonyms are words that have the same meaning as another word. It's your turn. Make up a word that matches the definition on your device. This round is speedy, so your hand and your brain must also be speedy.
I was tempted to write down Bontila. Like, well, my thesaurus is not just terrible, it's also terrible.
Time is running away! Submit!
I cannot.
Yeah, this was hard.
Let's check out these baby wordlings. Aww. Choose the word that best fits the definition.
Okay, alright. There's a clear winner here. Wow, yeah.
And the official
Chad, I voted for
that is
Chinchero.
replacing
I
our
thought that was
old word
great.
is...
The sombrero for your chinchilla, yeah. Chinchero. I got it.
Now we have a
this thing is
brand new
moving quick.
word and definition. Let's use it!
Oh no.
Think of a sentence that uses the new word and write it down on your device. Remember, we put punctuation at the end of a sentence so it doesn't explode. sentences.
Bon tired. Oh boy. Okay.
You wrote. Now you vote.
Oh my gosh. It's probably because we're tired. These shouldn't be as funny as they are.
No, they should definitely be this funny.
And the most votes went to this one.
Yay, Liz! She walked out of the room. She's like, whatever.
Quick,
I'm done.
Look at this. A splendid entry for the Dictionarium. Oh, and now we get to see who won.
This is the kind of game that anyone can win. Congratulations, Liz. You won.
Come back soon. I just found a new word. It's big and it's wet.
I just found a new word. It's big and it's wet. Oh, Lord. Well, yeah, let's do that
The
one
game
again.
that you are playing,
Yep.
well, it causes much hilarity.
Yeah, well,
You
everyone
make up
likes
silly
it.
words and phrases ending in hysteria. You have to answer quickly. Hello? Welcome to the Dictionarium. If words were muffins, this
you
would
s-
be a place where you make muffins. Check. In the Dictionarium, you will
Fair.
create a dictionary entry for a made-up word, and you will win if your answers get the most votes. If you want to play along, join the audience
I
by
picked the
entering
thing,
the
it's
room
just-
code.
Yeah, I know.
Time to
They
begin.
didn't give you a chance to skip the tutorial. That's fine.
First up, I'm sending a slang phrase to your device. Now you're going to write a definition for the slang on your device.
Cool.
If you're not sure what to write, I say take a deep breath and take a big swing. You might just hit it out of the park.
Oh, I don't think so, lady. Not this time.
I don't know, the sleepier you get, the funnier I am.
Wait. I'd like to say hi to our audience member. I don't know who you are, but I love you.
basically, the subreddit 3 a.m. jokes is made for this game.
He really is.
Let's see what we have.
Yeah? Yeah?
Voting time.
Oh, yeah.
Choose the definition that makes the most sense to you, or that makes the most joy to your world.
Not even close, yeah.
And now I present the winning definition. Round 2, baby. Things are heating up.
So I lift my boombox.
Now come up with a new phrase that matches the definition on your device. Round 2 is quick, so start typing.
I got nothing. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Show me the words! Pick the phrase that makes the most sense with this definition.
Hey, the audience is voting in. Hey, audience.
And the winner is...
Doing the pageant.
Great! Now we have a brand new piece of slang. Let's use it. Write a sentence with the new piece of jargon. A complete sentence contains a noun and a verb. An incomplete sentence is why those prison guards are still looking for me. Let's check out the sentences. And now we vote. And the winner is...
Yeah. See, once Chad, like he said, once he learned the game.
And voila! I am so lucky you all were here to make this so good.
Yeah, I did.
And now we get to see who won.
Sorry, Lori.
I can't
The
wait
stars
for your
aligned
return.
on that one.
Yeah.
I just found a new word roosting with my pigeons.
Doing the pigeon. Do we want Mel? You want to jump in on this?
Sure.
All right, let's do
The
new
game-
players. Audience, there's your new key. Sibilance.
Bonjour, hello, salut! Welcome to the Dictionarium. It's a fun and funky game of words. You people are playing. You are my true favorites. In the Dictionarium, you are in charge of defining and creating words. At the end of the game, you'll have worked together to create a whole new dictionary entry. But obviously, there is a winner. It's a game.
Yeah.
Oh, and for anyone watching, join the audience. Just input the room code and play along. Let's rock! First things first, I am assigning you a word. What do you think this word means? Write it down on your device. I found this word shivering on my doorstep when it was only 1 day old. Remember, this could be a verb, or a noun, or the name of the naughty little Danish boy who steals candles from the priest.
What? What?
And now it's time to vote.
I have a
Pick the
favorite.
definition that's so accurate it makes you weep. When there is a tie, the winner is random. Sorry.
All right.
I know that's probably supposed to read Q, but I just keep seeing K. It says like Warthog is stuck in DMV. What?
Round 2 is all about synonyms. That's a word that means the same thing as another word. Give me another word that could mean the same thing as the definition on your device. Quickly, quickly, write.
I don't get the joke.
Lori advised. What the hell does that mean?
There's a queue. The queue is plugged up. I decided Warthog sounded funny for it to be.
Quesed. All right. Accused.
Time is running away. Submit.
I will never submit.
1 second.
Let's see these words. Choose the word that best fits the definition.
What this teaches me is that just write anything like has nothing to do with what we're doing here.
No, there was one I liked enough. I voted for it twice.
And the winning synonym is...
So the goal is to not think about this at all. Just
Don't
write
think.
random stuff,
Don't
like,
think. Yeah. Well, I mean, a Pumbaa's a warthog. He's
In
a
round
lion
3,
in the DMV,
you will use the
and
word in a
Oh,
sentence.
right, okay.
This is your last chance to add to the dictionarium entry, so make it count. Write a sentence containing the word on your device. If you can't remember what a sentence is, it is a string of words connected by spaces, like beats on a string, or cars in a train, or words in a sentence. Oops.
Do 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 do.
the system.
Time is almost up.
This is like one of
Finish
those
up your
four chords
sentence.
of everything, isn't it?
Ooh, I'm jazzed to see these.
You had to wait for it. What? F it. Now you have a new word, right? It's very smelly.
Time to put your voting pants on.
Oh.
I don't like that there's not really time to.
The votes are in, and the winning
I
sentence
think it's
is...
whoever's the last one to vote.
They don't get to, yeah. They don't get to pick a favorite at that point.
So if you pick a favorite super fast, then you got time.
Voila! Your hard work paid off. Thank you for your contribution.
Well done, Darren.
And now we
you're
get to see who
welcome.
won.
Wow.
Darren nailed Impatient Pumbaa.
Come back soon. I
know a
just
thing or
found a
two
new
about
word
real
scurrying up my
Since we should
trousers.
Should we try a different game?
The game that you are playing, well,
Should we keep
it
playing?
I'm good with that, or
hilarious.
doing this
You
one
make
more
up silly
time?
words and phrases
No, what do you
ending
think?
in hysterium. You have to
Now you
answer
got- now
quickly.
you
No,
got
you
it.
really?
Now I know what we're doing.
Now you know what you're
Everybody
doing.
can
The question
compete
is,
and come
how
at
are we
the
gonna do
aquarium.
better?
So gather in the living room.
It's all right. I came in last first and then last again.
Welcome to the dictionary.
Like I figured
where
anything
lost,
out.
lonely words find their definitions and settle down in their forever home. You are all glorious.
I really like the
In the
announcer.
dictionarium,
Yeah.
you get to make up words and what they mean. You'll get points if other people
Sounds a
like
little
what
bit
you
like
come up
Callie
with.
from Mass
And in the
Effect.
end, one of you will be crowned Grand Master of Words.
Oh, everything
P.S. Feel free to join the audience. Enter the room code to play along.
Hey, man,
Let's
don't be a
get started.
Solarian.
What that means?
First things first,
I
I'm sending
know.
a phrase to your device. Write a definition for the piece of slang on your device. If you're not sure what to write, I say take a deep breath and take a big swing. You might just hit it out of the park.
She presumes a lot.
See how many people have this exact same definition.
I don't feel like I got better at this, though.
Oh, I'm definitely not better.
Okay,
But I like
let's
playing
see
with
'em.
I almost wrote that. Well, so do
Hey.
And now is the time for
Wait a
voting.
minute.
Pick the definition you think should be recorded in the official dictionarium. And remember, you can award bonus points to the ones that tickled you.
You say that, but yet I couldn't.
And the winning definition is...
All right.
Synonym time.
Yep. Just
Give me a new
silence.
piece of slang that matches the definition on your device. Round 2 goes fast, so type, type, type.
character countdown
Yeah.
on it, I keep getting confused with the actual countdown. So like, oh, I have 38 seconds. No, I
Okay,
don't.
let's see them. Choose the slang that's matchy-matchy with this definition.
Oh, it cut mine off. What did I type all those extra letters for after the dash? I was just gonna say, you know what, screw it. You're done at the dash.
You know what? I'll vote for yours anyway then.
Oh, thanks.
I thought it was you were referencing that maybe you weren't out here, but she just kind of filled out the sweat.
Oh yeah, I wasn't here for that. But yeah, continue using that joke I wasn't here for.
I don't remember exactly what she said.
She found a new word and it was wet. And that was it. This is that word.
There's a
Messy
tie,
lesson.
so this one wins.
You should have gone with messy Lessie. It was more fun to say.
Time to slang this slang into a sentence. Write a sentence with your new piece of slang. If you can't remember what the sentence is, it is a long sequence of things that ends with a period. Like my childhood.
Wow.
Damn.
As I walk through the valley where harvest my grain, I take a look at the white tree life's very plain. That's just perfect for it. I'm slipping into my fun.
Shouldn't. Yes, we're live.
Let's
on,
survey
we're
these
live
sentences.
On the internet, shunning electricity. Oh,
And the winning sentence is...
It was the trademark that did it.
This is a historic entry in the dictionarium. Thank you. Let's forget gratitude. Who won? You are welcome back anytime. I just found a new word in my clog.
just you. The rest of us are not.
That seems to be the way it is.
The game that you are playing, well, it causes much hilarium. You make up silly words.
My little
phrases,
thing
ending
is
in
really
hysteria.
happy and in
You have
love.
to answer quickly. No, you really mustn't carry 'em. And anybody can compete. A Tom, a Dick, a Harry'em. So gather in the living room, pull up a stool or charium with lots of foods and beverages like milk or juice or barium. Then start to make your
I'm trying
crazy
to decide
words
whether
and don't
to
forget to
still
vary 'em.
honestly
And that is how you win a dictionarium.
I'm just enjoying this song. Do we want to like,
Yeah, let's do it differently.
all right.
Have you heard the song Folks to Live? Okay. If you hadn't, I'd say that you needed to hear it.
I have no more to do. To run it out.
It's a great song.
Yeah, stick with us. Stick with us, Twitch.
I've been disconnected. Oh no. Joke boat, because I'm not funny. Don't pity me.
This seems
Welcome
legit.
aboard. I'm Chuck Hull, the ship's captain and MC. Grab your dummy and sign in.
Yes. Hey, Paul.
We don't have all day.
No, you've got more questions.
Oh. Sorry, I was texting.
Did everybody get their second question?
Mel looks a little different now.
Quick, before the ship leaves the
Like
dock.
Samuel L. Jackson. I look like Bubbles. C minus.
Gather round, comedians. Here's tonight's itinerary. We're gonna write some jokes and then test them out on stage. But first things first. It's brainstorming time. Before we jump into the jokes, let's do a little writing exercise to get inspired. On your device, you'll be prompted to write various topics like animals, people, or objects. Fill in whatever you think has a lot of comedic potential. If another player uses one of your topics in a winning joke, you'll get some bonus points. Generate as many as you can. You have 45 seconds, starting now. Just like my premium cable bundle, this writing exercise is ending soon. Now that your noggin is moving at full steam, it's time to write some comedy. Follow the
I don't
steps
know,
on your
guys.
device to construct 2 jokes.
All right. Captain's log. Another Midwestern family got stuck in the tube. Had to use the crane again. How many plastic bottles are on the bottom of the ocean? I think about this every time I chuck one overboard.
The joke boat.
We're at the halfway point.
Big thing of
Stuck?
coffee tomorrow
Then hit the
would be
joke
great.
for me button.
kind of through the day.
How to go from a cap 1 to a cap 10.
So, Justin, for when you join us on the next round, it gives you a bunch of prompts and you have to come up with as many words as you can. You know, a brand, a place, a plural noun, you know, so on and so forth. Then it gives you the setup, and you have to
Get
use
ready
one
to
of those
go
words, and then you
coconuts
fill
for
in your
tonight's
own
first comic.
Okay.
Please clap.
Mel.
All right, Mel, what you got?
I have no idea.
Oh, by the way, Justin Paul's playing with us. Paul Graves.
Hey, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
I want to see if
With Tony. Now your dad's underworld.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't know either. Oh my God, I'm howdy doody. All right.
So,
Vote for your favorite joke
Okay.
now.
Okay.
okay, so now we get.
Oh my God.
Oh.
I don't get it.
Now everybody chooses which one of those two jokes is better.
Ah.
Yeah. Hey.
Here's another comedian, whether you like it or not.
Bubbles!
Okay.
Okay.
Holy bubble wrap. Might as well just have it tell it for you. Tell it for you. We are all doing that. Sounds like Goofy. When Goofy didn't have a child. What the hell?
Which comedian won that face-off?
For a second there, I thought it said which Canadian.
That's not
Well,
fair.
I mean, you know.
This is.
Our next comic needs no
Oh, back up.
introduction. You know.
That was pretty good. I like that.
Hi, Ali V. Squats a how. Ali sa how to ukwawaze.
What? Try me a baby!
I was voting. Well,
Hey, you can be in the audience.
you know.
Well, no.
And some credit to you.
You're welcome.
Let's
Thank
keep
you.
this joke boat moving and welcome our next comic to the stage.
All mal squatted voodoo did jimer ma. Odwani bali.
Okay. Alright. Cry me a baby.
I don't even remember what I wrote. I'm like,
You tried dogging? I mean, the more you think about it.
You know what? Yeah. I'm just imagining the Monty Python sketch about this.
I'm going dogging today, yeah.
And a tip of the hat to you.
Yeah, she still got points anyway.
Folks, put your hand and hook together for our next comedian.
Oh no.
Oh, beat that, Paul. Okay.
Holy shit!
You killed her, man.
They're both good answers.
We gotta have Paul on the show someday.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything.
It was a good one. Oh, damn.
The computer.
Well, then I'm glad I voted
All
for
right,
Paul.
let's hear it for the next performer.
I also would have accepted because everyone's been there. All right. Oh, God.
Oh
Darren liked that one.
It was good. It was so good.
Who is currently winning comedy? Let's see. If you're at the bottom, fret not. We're all mortal souls who will eventually perish. Well, we're sinking again. There's no time to write jokes from scratch. So, here's the plan. Let's rewrite another comics joke. You'll use the same setup, but we'll attempt to write a funnier punchline. The better the original joke did, the more points you'll earn for beating it. Can you steal the spotlight before the boat sinks? Let's find out.
Oh my.
no, definitely not.
Heroes forward. This day and age, you can ask for more. He's standing on. Oh. Don't worry, Dick Man. I get it. Seconds.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Please, everyone, remain calm. And welcome our comics back to the stage.
Did.
them Bali Wanitua. The
Nice.
Vote for your favorite punchline.
That was a sick burn.
Fuck you.
I'll do it again.
And for green recreation, Comster. You know what? He really does.
Yeah.
A real clash of the titans.
So eloquently before.
You know what? I get it. I understand.
I get it, yeah.
I got that reference. It was the raffiation that really got me.
Yeah. We can all relate to raffiation, yeah.
Damn, son. You know what? The rewrites on this are just off the chain. I feel bad about mine. Mine sucks comparatively.
Sorry, Paul.
Damn.
I'm not sorry. That was funny as shit, man.
Ooh. Okay.
She didn't say anything.
Yeah. All right, Paul, what you got?
Oh no.
Nice tie back.
Did my demented bubble still have
Let's see who's won a trip with me off this sinking monstrosity.
Yeah.
You walking in on this one?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna do some new players. So, Paul, hang around.
Where do I go?
Jackbox.tv.
JACKBOX.TV. No, not Cackbox.
Oh yeah, no. Go to Jackbox. I want to know.
Welcome aboard. I'm Chuck Hull, your captain and host for the.
Bear in mind that there will
Go
be
ahead
two
and sign
questions. Or there'll be logging in and then a thing.
It'll be like your tagline after you tell your joke.
Your catchphrase.
Toot toot, we got a scoot.
Hold your horses there, Captain.
Gather round, comedians. Here's tonight's itinerary. We're gonna write some jokes and then test them out on stage.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, let's get to it. You know the drill. You've got time for one or two more. All right, it's joke writing time. Follow the steps on your device to construct two hilarious jokes. Yada yada. Moving on. We've hit the halfway point.
Dang it, I cannot find. Not that it will really help me. Sometimes the word choices I get are complete rubbish. Though.
Yeah.
It's like, no one can make a joke out of this. Well, somebody did.
I just don't bother writing jokes.
Fair enough.
The Pod. I'm a fan of the Pod.
And it's already up and running. Somebody's now making podcast.
Of course they have. 20 seconds. Someone be funny.
No.
Doctor told me laughter is the best medicine, but that doctor also put leeches on my groin. So, very still. All right, here's your first comment.
Wow.
Mel, you.
I know when my thing closed. Hold on.
Okay, alright, yeah. They call me smooth jazz. What you got, Paul?
Paul's bringing the funny.
He better bring the funny soon. Alright, we're down the form.
Who won this joke off? Place your vote now.
Yeah.
That was more
That's fair.
want some points for you as well. Make some
Thank
noise
you.
for our next comic.
Yeah, just keep them up there.
It seems to be bitch a T-Rex. Or the bitch me is very big.
Yeah, I'm a roommate. I'm gonna
Which
use
comedian
that in
told a better
conversation.
joke? Vote now.
Close.
Great setup.
Mel
Keep
got
that
100
smattering of applause going.
Let's keep that light smattering of applause.
That's great.
Poster of Lee 2 qual
Okay.
did ma.
Nice.
And we didn't complain.
Nice assist. Let's keep things going for the next comic. Oh yeah, don't forget to say your catchphrase.
Now you got to read it.
No. How many gnats does it take to change a light bulb? 3. 1 to screw it in, and 2 to fly or annoy me around my goddamn ear. My Yeah.
Oh, damn, son.
Yeah.
I don't even feel bad about that.
No. Thank you for the pity vote, but it was not necessary.
Mel couldn't vote for herself.
Our
I
next
wouldn't let you
comic
vote at all.
needs an introduction.
My love life is like Deadpool. It's covered from head to toe and full of swear words. Call me fish stick.
That was actually better than the
It's the fish stick, wasn't it?
I do believe you're owed some points. Let's keep it going for our next comic.
Might have to refresh your stream.
The two Ludu what? Hi, Azay Squabster of Chimer.
I'm a little deli platter.
Oh, I don't know if I can compete with that.
Call me fish stick.
Call me fish stick. Yeah, that's fair.
And a quick shout out to you. A round of applause for our next comedian.
What? Oh god.
If you don't sit up, you don't care about your pet.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's hard to compete with the better jokes, though, so we made it tricky for ourselves.
Okay, you jokers, let's tally the scores. If you're currently losing, might I suggest writing funnier jokes?
Thanks for that.
Yes, coach. Ducky's fun.
Oh, good.
Well, we're sinking again. There's no time to write jokes from scratch. So, here's the plan. Let's rewrite another comics joke. You'll use the same setup, but we'll attempt to write a funnier punchline. Okay, let's get to it. You know the drill.
Yeah, that'd be an acceptable rewrite.
No, I'm just like that's the one that's because I like those kind of jokes.
Yeah.
You know.
Hashtag that.
I'm having problems typing.
I like my
normally, too.
friends like I like my movies. Not directed by Gaspar Noé.
Ooh, I have an idea. Let's turn those screams into laughs and welcome our comics back one last time. Which punchline is better?
I still win.
Did they successfully beat this joke? Vote now.
This It's fun. Then Kimmy just started calling him Doze, and next thing you know.
I'll squat.
Yep.
That was awesome, dear. Ain't even sad.
Clean sweep. Well done. Wink, wink. That's the intriguing part, yeah.
Now I'm imagining from Hot Shots.
I just can't. You don't have full happy. Had red egg.
Well done, Paul.
Yes.
That was a hard one to follow.
Yeah.
I don't feel bad about that. I was just drawing blanks the whole time.
Come on, Paul, bring it home.
You don't feel this, you look this, you look at.
Yeah, it's true. Tough competition, man.
Who comes out on top in this survival of the funniest?
Yay!
This brings the funny.
Hey. Hey.
Oh, do you want to see what else is here?
Yep.
All right.
I peeked on that joke. I'm gonna have to go to bed.
Okay.
Well, that's not why I'm going to bed.
Elizabeth, you want to go to bed too? We can probably hold down with 4 of us. Well, 5 of us with Paul.
Yeah. As long as Paul's still hanging around.
Since you've got the earliest wake up time.
Yeah, I guess.
Because Darren's just not going to go to bed.
I'm gonna go to bed. Alright.
Jordy has already informed me that he's going to wake you up in the morning.
I told him to because I have to go after him anyway. Do I need to know anything about running it? You really see that?
Either he'll be up or she'll be up.
I'm going to be taking a nap whenever Elizabeth is playing.
But I can tell we're streaming live by that video over there.
It'll say on air right there.
The microphone will be muted if it's flashing. If the red light's flashing.
Yeah, if the light is flashing, it's muted.
Okay.
All right, Jesse. We got a new player. All right.
But no Lori and no Justin.
Working on it.
Welcome aboard, Jesse. Is that everybody?
That's everybody.
All right.
We lost 2, we gained 2. Well, we lost 2, we gained 1.
The local residents
Trivia murder party.
familiar with the abandoned building's history know it simply as the Murder Hotel.
Hey, Justin, if you want to sit up, you can move that bench. There's no
The
reason
infamous
for it.
hotel was run by a mysterious family for several generations until closing. In unrelated news, the Trivia Murder Party killer is still on the loose.
Trivia murder party killer.
Up next,
Devil in the White City. I hate that book.
Nice.
Seriously.
Huh.
It's about a...
This is your wake-up call. Prepare to die.
Well, that just sounds right.
Welcome to Trivia Murder Party. There is no social mixer in our hotel ballroom. You've been lured into a murderous game of trivia. Only one of you will survive. It's been all over the news. I mean, there was a whole montage about it at the beginning, so I'm surprised you didn't see this coming.
I like the shining carpet.
First question. What is the titular character really good at in the Who's rock opera, Tommy? Use your device to answer the question. And the correct answer is... Who got the question right? Which leaves only you.
Somebody doesn't know their who.
Put on the Do Disturb sign. We're at room 101. Ah, the lost art of letter writing. I'm going to dictate a message to you. Write down as much of what I say as you can. Everyone else will be typing too. And if anyone does a better job than you, you die. Okay, let me lean back in this chair and get my feet up. And we begin. Dear Old Man Seaweed, thank you for lunch this afternoon. My favorite part? The crackers and cheese. Whatever was the name of that splendid cheese. I hope you didn't find my questions intrusive. I have one more. Have you ever been in love? Time's up. Now let me just see what we have here with a quick and what's the result? But did anyone do better than you? Well, you failed.
I'm going to be in trouble with my screen protectors all cracked up.
Jeez.
So I have to like...
Surprise! You're a ghost now, but you have options. Keep playing and you just might steal someone else's life force and win the game.
I think that was your strategy last year. You just kept dying first. And then...
Can't stop me now.
Let's keep moving. When is the start of winter in the Southern Hemisphere? Who picked this?
Fight,
the rest of
fight,
you,
fight, fight,
time
fight,
for consequences.
Fight.
Welcome to room 237. This one lets you protect yourself with a password. Enter a real 4-letter word with your device.
Shit.
Make it hard to guess. If your password gets cracked, you die. Now everyone else will try to crack the passwords. As a team, guess either password on your device. You get a clue if your guess has a letter in the right spot. I will reward you all for every password that gets got.
Okay, B is the first letter.
Okay.
Don't be greedy
second
about what
word is
letters you
CA
figured
something
out.
something.
Let everyone know.
What? CA something something?
Yeah, CA.
CA something something.
I think it's butt crack.
No, it's not crack.
Time's almost up. That password did
Caca.
not hold.
Sorry, Jesse. Thanks for playing along.
Yeah, but
Or
Ghosts have options.
Ghosts have options, Jesse.
Everyone can see that the dead players are ghosts, right? I'm not just freaking out. Let's try another one. I would use a unit called a bolt if I was measuring what? Who picked this?
Paul.
Which leaves only you. I want to show you something. Let's get our math on! Do as much math as you can before time runs out. Everyone else will be playing along. If one of them does better than you, it's punishment time. Let's go! How's that math going, Matthew McConaughey? Only time for one or two more bits of math. I guess you're not quite good enough at math.
Wow.
We're here. When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round. Next question. Who is not a puppet?
I never saw Labyrinth.
Last time I saw it was...
Who picked?
See, I've been married for 12
this?
years.
One of you is still alive.
12 years.
Come with me.
I've seen it.
Let's see who has ESP. Type in an answer that fits this category. Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die. Write your answers now.
Lori doesn't remember
No,
the colors.
everyone I type in, somebody else has already answered.
Well.
There's only so many.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what it, but I said it.
Now, let's see if there are any matches. I guess you can't be mind readers if you've barely got a mind.
Oh.
Damn, son. Shit, son.
We should
Let's
live
keep
stream
moving.
Awkward Storyteller.
And now a question about the most heinous instrument of torture. How many strings does a traditional ukulele have? Who picked this? Only a ghost got it wrong. Too easy. Let's try another one. What does a car alternator do?
No Googling, Jesse.
Who picked this? Everyone again? You all need to be taught a lesson.
Aww. You're too good.
You have 45 seconds to escape this room or you die. This is pretty stressful, right? All you need to do is pause and take a deep breath. And when you resume, I know you'll have it all figured out.
What happened?
I paused.
Pausing it.
I paused.
Well, aren't you clever? All right, you're free to go. I was raised in a family of hotel-owning serial killers. I never really fit in. I always wanted to kill people in other places. They never really got me. Oh, I should tell that at a Moss Story Slam. I wrote this next question just for you. If you get it right, I will punish everyone else. Which of the following is part of your outer or visible ear? And the correct answer is... Did you get the question right? You succeeded! The rest will suffer.
I like Coachella.
Not.
I hope you're good with instructions. Follow as many
Coachella
rules as you
something else.
can before time runs out. Everyone else is playing too. If any of them correctly follow more rules than you, I will kill you.
Sorry, Coach.
Go! There's not a lot for me to do during this game. Well, I guess I'll update my LinkedIn account. Rule time is coming to an end. Look, I don't make the rules. Wait, no, I do. I do make the rules.
Well, you're not a follower anyway, so... You play by your own rules.
Let's keep moving. What was the first antibiotic to be discovered?
Ooh.
No idea.
I think it's wrong, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
Who picked this? Aw, crap. Let's try another one. Just like chocolate, your demise will be bittersweet. And milky! Which restaurant owns the trademark to Death by Chocolate?
Fuck if I know. I don't know this one. I got all the other ones right.
This.
I didn't get that one either.
Way to go, Jesse.
Good job,
Follow
Jesse.
me. Let's play with dice.
Aw.
Roll as much as you want to add to your score. I'll kill the player with the lowest score. But go over 21 and you die instead.
So it's blackjack.
And don't forget, if they roll a skull, that adds 1 to everyone's score.
God.
It's like blackjack, but with dice and skulls. Look, it made sense when I first put it together, okay?
Damn.
Ooh, busted! One of the most common dangers of dice is blowing up.
I didn't know that.
That's why
Only
D&D
one of you
was
is still alive.
outlawed in the 80s.
Yeah.
You know what that means. Glad to see you're the one to make it here alive. But will you be the one to escape?
Unlikely. I rarely win this
I'm going
despite
to give you a category. Has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Tap each answer that fits. Let's see the right answers. You advance 1 space for every correct answer. You're on your way to escaping. But get this, all ghosts get to play too. If a ghost catches you, they'll steal your life force. Then they can try to escape and win the game. Here's everyone's next question. And ghosts get a third choice to help them catch up to you. Time is almost up. Let's just call that a fluke. Here comes the next question. Olsen Twins movies.
No idea.
No. Yeah, I don't know. You just want to prove you don't know.
Contains peanuts. Don't fall behind. Are you afraid of the dark? Galaxies.
Aw. Sombrero Galaxy is a real thing? Damn.
Next question. Toilet paper brands.
Low.
Time is almost up. Getting pretty close to the exit. Coca-Cola brands.
Oh yeah, but it is cleaning products. You're cleaning somewhere.
Not what I had in mind.
Dad might have this.
It's not over yet. You need a perfect answer for your final escape.
Oh no.
And that includes the third answer choice now too.
Good job, Chad.
I don't think I made it.
More sequels probably unavoidable. Cause of death rolled bad. Slow typist. Worst at rules.
Yeah.
Tried an easy password.
Red string is hot design trend.
Math battle.
I'm not terribly fond of this. It takes so long.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm... I get what I'm...
Welcome back.
I was gonna
Remember,
say, let's
breakfast
do a
is 6
different
a.m. to
password.
9:30.
I'm
The pool's
good.
open
Okay,
till
sorry.
11 p.m. And of course, murder is 24 hours. First question. Which of these animals was domesticated first? Use your device to answer the question.
Oh, prize horses. Oh, we need
And the correct answer
get
is...
around faster.
Who got the question right?
Apparently we need both.
No one.
Everyone
Paul
is
tells me
wrong.
that Jesse is his
Come
wife.
with me.
Oh.
Welcome, Jesse.
Welcome to room 101.
The Graves is.
Are you ready to fall? In love with my new minigame?
It's Plinko!
You're going to drop down this board and try to avoid the death zones. Okay. Let the games begin. Pick a spot to drop from. Yay! Physics! Land in a slot or else...
I mean, you made it kind of easy.
The idea was for people to die here.
I never would have guessed it.
Yeah, me neither.
Should have.
Let's keep moving.
Mean milk.
According to the Bible, who lived to be 969 years old? 969. Nice.
Come on, Laura, you got this.
Who picked this? The rest of you, it's time.
Closer to 1,000.
Bonjour! Welcome back to the killing room.
Methuselah was
It's
the
time
longest
for
lived.
donations. You each get $500. Give some of that money to your friend. The person who ends up with the most money will die. But there's a catch. If one of you ends up with $800 or more, I'll kill the other one instead. Begin. Time for a credit check. Mo money, mo murder.
Almost went Price is Right. $1.
Let's try another one. Terms. What is corpsing?
I actually know this. And it's I noticed through pro wrestling.
Who picked this?
I'd never actually heard that.
The rest of you who are still alive. Time for
A couple friends
consequences.
I have in the industry refer to it as corpsing.
To be frank, I added this one at the last minute. I'm giving each of you a telephone, but I only have 3 phone numbers. Dial one of these numbers on your rotary phone before anyone else, or you die. The elderly are really good at this game. I'm just about to cut the phone line.
You had 656 instead of 666.
New phone.
I didn't have a rotary on my screen.
Oh,
Just a blank, so I was guessing where the numbers were.
oh, jeez.
I'm like,
Well, that made things harder.
it did.
I was unaware of my
When one
privilege.
player is left alive, we'll go to the final round. Next question. What has 3 hearts? Who picked this?
The this?
I want to show you something.
I can show you the world.
Ah, the old skewers trick. Pick a space inside the box to hide. When this was used in magic shows, there were safeguards inside to prevent injury, but don't worry, I took those out.
Don't worry.
It's okay, Jesse.
Any good magic trick needs some helpful volunteers. Now, can you confirm that we've never met before? Just kidding. A little magician banter. You get a sword. On your device, choose a row or a column to run your sword through. Fun fact, when I found this magic prop in the basement, parry, thrust. Ouchie!
It was a good run, Jesse. It was a good run.
Hey, I think we're down to the final round already. We'll probably
One
still
of
have
you
time
is
after
still
this for a
alive.
quick game of Quiplash. Then
Go with that.
Justin takes over.
You've made it so far, but can you escape?
So this escaping part, this is what I want the whole game to
Here's
be.
your first category. Marine mammals. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit. Let's see the right answers. Arthropods. Time is almost up. Roman numerals. Core engine parts. Uh-oh, here comes trouble. It's only darkness. Founding members of NATO. Time is almost up.
Only I were important.
That ghost can smell your life
I missed
force.
that one. I don't do world news.
10-letter words.
The hell kind of question is that?
A lot of lucky guesses.
Stay back there.
Operas.
No!
You stole some yummy life force. Not so fast. If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need a perfect answer to this question. And that includes the third answer
the-
choice now, too.
Aha, gaming!
It does really look like whoever won this whole thing.
Others, not so much. All right. Well, hey, Paul and Jesse, if you want, stick around. We're going to jump into a different Jackbox patch so we can play us some Quiplash.
Quiplash, Quiplash.
No, that's not what I want to do. I got to remember which pack it's in.
First Quiplash or second?
2. That's XL. So it must be in 3 then? Wow. Am I missing 3? Am I just not seeing 3?
Was it on your computer?
No, I should have them all on here too. 1, 2, 5, 4, 6. There's 3. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Oh no, wait. You know what? We do want the original Quiplash for one reason. I hate the stupid acronym thing at the end of the game.
Just remember, the original one doesn't warn you when you're out of characters.
Well, just get good.
Well, I don't know what the character level is on it. It's not going to warn you.
Keep that in mind.
G-I-T-G-U-D. Get good.
Be short. Be punchy. Be funny.
Be yourself.
I really shouldn't.
No, I mean, she's short, fun, punchy and funny, so,
Quiplash!
Copla.
I'm gonna bow out of this one since I gotta go next.
Okay.
And that gives me time to use the executive pissoir.
Alright, everybody say bye, Justin. See you in a few.
Bye, Justin. See you in a few.
I'll be back.
Mister, I'm too good for quipping. Don't throw the earth at me.
No, not around the top.
Not around the microphone.
It'll bounce, it'll hit. No.
Hi, I'm Schmitty. That's spelled S-C-H, Mitty.
Fair.
Okay, let's have a good, clean fight. No quips
I
below the belt.
got bonked with the earth.
Remember that.
This
I will
is
remember
round
that.
one.
I'll remember the
You'll
day that
see
you hit
two
me in the head
prompts
with
on
the
your
earth.
device. Answer them any way you want. Each answer will go up against someone else's
It was
answer, and everyone will vote on
shortly
It's simple.
before
You get points
October
based on the percentage
26th.
of people who like your answer, and a bonus if you get more votes than your opponent. Go.
Oh, hey, anyone watching on Twitch, by the way, I just heard that Jack is also joining our team. Not online, but he's playing along with us in spirit. DTTpodcast.com/extralife if you want to donate or learn more.
I'm trying to be funny, which probably means I won't be. Ugh. Boop, 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 boop. Darren. Don't be. See, Lori's putting in the thought. She's the one that's gonna win.
She usually does. I mean, put in the thought at least.
Thanks for your answers. You're welcome, Quiplash.
12 seconds, Lori. Be funny.
I'm trying.
Okay, it's time for some.
I like how you added the accent.
Our
in.
first prompt is the weirdest message your cat could write out to you in its litter box. Okay, pick your favorite.
Huh.
It could be either. I had your back, Paul.
Yeah, but let's be honest.
Love
I kill
you.
you. That's what's expected.
Next
Fair
one, how Yogi Bear eventually meets his death. Time to vote.
I wanted to put bye boo boo, but I thought I'd run out.
Next in line, the title of a podcast you would never ever listen to.
The pod.
It's voting time.
I was about to say, if someone put Geek Cave, I'd be like, you motherfucker. Vote.
Jessie didn't want to vote.
She didn't want to weigh in on that one.
Or she couldn't vote. That'd be a
Next
problem.
is an item on every pervert's grocery list. Vote on your devices.
Man's got to eat.
And next, little known fact, an unaired episode of The Brady Bunch had the family dealing with blank.
Islamic terrorists.
Time to vote.
Let's be honest, though.
Alice's massive dildo collection would certainly have been pulled.
That would have been a fantastic
Round one
episode,
is
though.
in the books. Let's see the scores.
Ties broken based on blood type.
Now round two, where all points and bonuses are doubled. The drama.
Save the drama. Oh, yo mama.
We'll see. So we'll see. So my first answer there has, like, I have an answer that has 24 characters.
Okay.
So we'll be able to kind of count how many don't. Because I'm with Lori. It's irritating that it doesn't tell us, but it'll let you keep writing.
Yeah.
It's like,
No. I still think this is better than Whiplash 2, mostly because of the stupid final round.
oh, I get you.
Yeah.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah, the acronyms and just really, I mean, the acronyms.
The comics, yeah.
Come on, Jesse.
Jesse.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Things off. A good post-music career for Justin Bieber.
Well, besides now, babyface in wrestling or emotional support midget. I mean, he could conceivably do both.
Oh, if Jesse's your wife, you turn and give her a kiss. She's got your back on every one of these.
Save the blank. It's voting time.
I like how the idea of, oh, we failed, never mind, implies that we're still raising money, though.
Yeah. Oh, we failed. Never mind.
Next up, the worst thing to yell while a professional golfer putts. Time to vote.
What?
I agree with Paul.
Yeah, that's fair. Paul wins.
Phew.
Okay, next one. On the 7th day, God rested. On the 8th day, he blank. Vote on your devices.
I first read that as badly wished for a belly button.
Why didn't I give myself one? Yeah, Jesse and Paul are ride or die. They're just like, they are insane.
Coming up,
It's actually Paul on
the
both
name
phones.
of the reindeer Santa didn't pick to pull his sleigh. It's voting time.
I like the extra detail sometimes.
Yeah.
But I'm also like thinking of Santa like, on Dasher, on Dancer, on Pervert. Wait a minute.
Round 2 with no more. Let's see the damage.
Oh. Wow.
Welcome to the last lash, the final round. Stakes are tripled. There's just one prompt, and you're all getting it. The last lash prompt is 3 things MacGyver needs to make a bomb. Here's what everybody wrote. Okay, in round 3, you get to award 3 votes. You can give them all to one answer or spread them out.
Circumcised penis is lube. Of the...
Yep. Well, underwear kind of goes with it too, so.
Oh.
Everyone was thinking the same thing. Cheap laughs. So you got your Switch ready to pop into the dock? Oh yeah.
See, I was trying. I had backed out. Not that I had anything better. I was just. I had what I thought was a better joke, and then didn't look up to see how much time I had for the better joke. Me too.
What controller are you using, Justin? What controller are you going to use?
Haven't thought that far ahead yet.
That's the end.
It'll be hard
Let's
to
see the
stream if
final
you're playing it
scoreboard.
handheld.
I'm not gonna play it.
All right. Well, it's Justin's shift.
Yes, sir.
So, Paul and Jesse, thanks for joining us.
Yay! Thank you for being part of our, audience that actually does shit.
Oh, for those of you watching on Twitch but are remaining perfectly silent, thanks for joining the Geek Cave's Extra Life Marathon. We are still going strong. Well, not strong, but we're still going.
But we're going on 12 hours now.
Yeah. So we're going to be making a brief switch. You might. Yeah.
I like paid too much for this game. Thing doer, VP of button clicks.
There might be an interruption in the stream. Don't worry.
Actual best friend of Sir Paul McCartney.
If there is an interruption in the stream, we will bring it right back. So just stand by.
You're doing it wrong, expert.
All right, we're still on. That's good. I'm going to get you a controller grip, Justin. I believe I brought one.
I don't know that I necessarily need one.
Okay, you're just going to do it like hold them in your hands? All right.
I'm a goose.
Fair enough.
What really more do I need? Excuse me.
Just going to reach across your lap like that. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right. That's Justin.
Hi, folks. Sorry for the coughing and possible wheezing.
Ah, you're fine.
I do want you to maybe get my work laptop on the Wi-Fi, if that's okay.
Where is it?
It should still be in the way.
Well, gotta do what the screen says. Reorientate myself to the controls, because it's been a while. Okay, what do I need to do? Get into the pub, break the dartboard, lovely. Oh.
Probably closest to the curtain is where you're going to find the power supply.
So little to do, so much to do, so little time.
Just sit there. Do you want your mouse?
Alright, well.
What, you just thumb?
Oh, she's going to do some work.
What the hell?
Part of who she is.
If you need a couple extra feet. We got some barbecue pork rinds. The regular ones are still on the table. Got black pepper mass, fruit, cashews, napkins down there. I don't know how hungry you are.
I'm not buying either. We got some snacks upstairs tonight, but see what we brought.
Got some onions over here if you want to like not be hungry for the rest of the day.
I'm doing my Solid Snake impression.
What's in the box, Otacon?
Huh?
Do some arm curls with it, you know.
I feel like the Pink Panther theme needs to be playing for some reason.
Did you see, they recently remade Resident Evil 2 for modern consoles. Someone modded it where Nemesis, this giant lumbering zombie monster, is replaced by a goose. As in that goose.
Of course.
There's a win and a win 5. Win,
I'm sorry, dear. I
you
want
want
to
to
wait.
pick 201089. Yeah, 201089.
Here.
I texted it to her.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. That was the 201.
Yeah,
Yep.
that was it.
Plate. It's thrilling, folks, I know. I set a plate on the table. Look at me being sneaky.
He's a madman!
This is an old refrigerator. According to an old Punky Brewster episode, don't ever hide inside one. Waddle, 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 waddle. Now I'm stuck in here, oh God.
Oh, hi, Noah Goose.
Goose is kind of stuck.
Yeah. What are you trying to do?
I don't know.
All right, well. Good
I
plan.
never know.
Good plan.
I've gotten into the pub.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Next thing on the list. Let's see, I
Break
gotta
the dartboard.
break the dartboard, but I think I'm in the wrong area.
Yeah, that's like just it's near the pub.
No, I'm
Yeah. You just got to go down the ramp.
Yeah. Yeah. Stupid goose.
Stupid things. And yeah, I think you got to go like into like the pub like visiting area.
Oh, is there? Oh,
Yeah.
jeez. Of course.
I think it's like just south of that little porch is where the old man's playing with his dartboard.
Well, first things first.
Yeah.
Hide. I got the plate on the table. Good for me. All right. Don't mind me, ladies. Just a goose.
So what is your
Taking a stroll.
what is your quest?
My quest is to seek the Grail. No. Right now. Okay, there's.
You want to go left, yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Okay, I'm safe. Well, right now, Chad.
Yeah.
I've gotten into the pub. Now I need to break the dartboard. And I don't have to do these in order. I just have to do them.
Okay.
See what kind of havoc I can get into. Can I go? Ah.
So there's not really a health bar.
No.
It's just you're a goose, so you can be shuffled off to,
Yes.
away from your goal.
Yes. I have to be somewhat stealthy.
I wonder if you could go under the thing and honk like at a corner.
Drat! I've been foiled again. All right, lady.
It's the ultimate battle of wits.
Well, that's sad because I haven't got any.
Run away! Which table are you setting?
Well, I'm not setting the table right now. Right now I'm gonna... There's a table off to the side. In the back. And right now... I'm gonna be a little asshole. Oh. Well, that didn't work.
No, you actually have to, leave and then go across the street.
Oh,
Honk.
Honk.
Can you
They
put
want
your
you to
head
bow
down?
your head. Yay.
oh.